Let me know if it's live. If you can hear me. And if you can hear me, then if you can hear the music, and if the music is too loud, then I'll make it a bit lower. Great. So Twitch, we have confirmation. YouTube, great. Okay, so let's start. I hope I don't butcher this because this is my first live. And I wasn't expecting to be stressed, but I am a bit. So hope this goes okay. And if not, then worst case, it'll be funny. So no worries. Great. Okay, so we're gathered here today to build a chat application. Basically, what I was thinking, I haven't completely thought this through. It's just I decided in advance not to think it through, so we can think it through together. And if something doesn't make sense, then we'll change it on the fly. But the thought was like this. So I'm sure you're all familiar with WhatsApp or something similar to WhatsApp, like Telegram. So it would be cool if there was just another tab where you could swipe to the left. Let's say this is the chat, and we have over here, let's say, kind of like two circles. Something like this. Let's see over here. All right, so let's imagine we have something like this. Then we could switch between the tabs. All right, so just swiping to the left. All right, something like this. So we're in the chat talking with Martha, blah, blah, blah. And then we want to know, we've been talking so much, me and my wife's WhatsApp is way too long given the fact that we're together like 16 hours of the day. So then you can swipe to the left and you have the WhatsApp GPT, where you can say, what did we talk about in the past 2 days? And you get some summary of that, or maybe list the action items for the, previous week. Okay, something like that. So that's the idea, more or less. Now, what I want to support in the first iteration is just being able to create a new chat, adding new messages to the chat, and then being able to ask questions on the chat and having it answered by GPT-4 or whatever model we choose, where we see that it's best. Great. So the code and the recording will be available for patrons. That's for sure. I don't know if I'll have the entire video available for everyone, just because this might go bad. So I don't want to say yet if this is something that I want to make public, but let's see. I mean, let's wing it. We'll see how it goes. Great. So what do you think about the idea so far? Let me know if you think there's anything that doesn't make sense, and this is the time to think it through, because it's now or never. So what I did is I just looked for some template of WhatsApp. So if you're not familiar, in Figma, there's something that's called Figma Community. So you can go to the Community tab, and then over here you can search for whatever you want. So I simply searched for WhatsApp, and then I think I went into the first one, and over here I copied just some UI so I don't need to build anything myself. And then that's it. So something like this. Let's imagine that this is the client. There could be many clients of something similar. And what we want is like this. So let's say, we want something like the following. So let's say, I don't know, P0, right? Things that are most important currently. So the first thing that we want is creating chat, creating messages. Now, because this is going to be a REST API, so let's just say creating chat resource, create message, say create message resource, and then I don't know, ask sub GPT questions. Right, something like this. Yeah, I think that's it for now. So, yeah, let's start. So yeah, multiple people are asking me if this will be recorded. So it is recorded. I don't know if I'll make it like on demand afterwards. Let's see how it goes, and then we'll see what we'll do. Okay, so let's start coding. I think that's the more interesting part. So let's say make deer and live stream. And let's say, I don't know, sup. Okay, and over here, let's say .NET new SLN sup. Let me know if the font is too small, so I'll make it bigger. Okay, so we have our solution file. Now, we said we're going to build it following clean architecture. So, let's go. Okay, so because we're building it following clean architecture, then we're going to have 4 layers, and overall we're going to have 5 actual projects. So we're going to have something like, okay, so we're going to have something like this. If you're not familiar with clean architecture, then I'll just say a few words on clean architecture so you're up to speed. So basically what we're going to have is the following. So in the presentation layer, so we're building a REST API and we want to support at first creating the chat resource and the message resource. So for that, we're going in the presentation layer, we're going to create the controllers that will receive the requests to create those resources. And this will invoke some logic in the application layer, where the application layer will do the actual creation of the resource, storing it in the database, whatever. And the entities, the definitions of the entities, what a chat looks like, what an entity looks like, will sit in the domain layer. Then in the infrastructure layer, so if we're storing it in the database, so let's imagine we have some interface, iChat storage or iChat repository or something like that for interacting with the underlying database access layer or database access database logic. So the interface will sit in the application layer, but the actual implementation will sit in the infrastructure layer. And that way we have the inner layers dealing with the core logic. In our case, it's creating a chat, what the chat looks like, different business rules that have to do with the chat. So we have that sitting in the core part of our application, which is the application layer and the domain layer. And the infrastructure concerns like the database implementation or the database framework or technology that we're using sits in the infrastructure layer. And same goes for the presentation layer, which is just the window to the outside world, right? So currently, like we said, we're working with REST and JSON, but we might decide tomorrow morning to switch to gRPC or some other technology, whatever we want. So we want to use GraphQL, great. All we need to do is replace the presentation layers framework or technology with something else, manage the conversion from whatever's facing the outside world to calling or to the internal language of the application layer and the domain layer. And then that's it. The inner logic doesn't need to change. The tests can stay the same. And that's the motivation behind it. So currently this is from another project. So let's go ahead and update this a bit just so we have this visualized. So let's say this is, everything is called SUP, like WhatsApp, but more concise. Okay, so we have the 5 projects where the contracts will be over here. So let's say we have the chat, we have the create chat request and the chat response. We'll also have the chat controller. Then in the application layer, let's get rid of all of this. Yeah, let's get rid of this. Then let's say over here, this will be the chat, or let's say chat for now. Let's actually take this over here. And similarly, let's say chat service. That will have this logic. This will be the chat repository. Then in the infrastructure layer, we'll simply have the let's say for now chat repository. Simply like this. We're missing the dependency injection. Great. Then over here, we're going to have, let's say for now, chat, or yeah, let's say for now chat. Maybe we'll change it there. And inside here, we'll have a definition of a chat. We can get rid of this. Get rid of this. Okay, so this will be the first step. Basically, we're going to get rid of this as well. Let's get rid of this. Okay, so like we said, I'll just do a quick recap if anyone just joined now. So we're building a WhatsApp kind of client where at the moment for P0, we're going to have the option to create a chat and to create a message. And then we can imagine there's some way to swipe to the left, and then we have the What's Up GPT, where we can say, let's remind me what Martha was talking about 2 days ago or what she asked me about. And then this is sent to OpenAI using their completions API. And then we get the response, display it back to the user, right? So we're not talking about creating a WhatsApp bot, but instead just a completely new application that, for illustration purposes, I took the WhatsApp UI. So the first step is going to be creating the chat resource, the message resource, and then the option to actually ask questions. And we said we're building it following a clean architecture, where we basically have these different logical components for different parts of our code. And because we're building a REST API, so we're going to be using REST and JSON. And the way we're going to talk with the outer world is going to be via some controller. So over here we have the chat controller that will receive the, let's say, create chat request. This will invoke the specific logic in the chat service that knows how to create a chat, and it'll be stored, in our case, in the database using the chat repository. So over here, the application layer just defines an interface that it interacts with, but the actual implementation sits over here in the infrastructure layer, and the definition of what a chat looks like sits in the domain layer. So currently, this is what we're planning on doing, and we didn't write any code yet. Only we created this SLN, simply .NET new SLN, and that's it. Let me check if anyone has anything interesting to say in the comments. Is there music? Why can't I hear? Oh, here. Yes, so for the, this is Figma. So if you're not familiar with Figma, it's free. This is, I'm using here a free account where under the drafts, you can create as many Figma files, Figma design files, yeah, as you want. And that's it. It's pretty easy to onboard. So there's many shortcuts like R for rectangle, or O for circle, L for line, Shift L for a pointing line, etc., etc. So it's pretty convenient. T for text. Those are the, I don't know, 5 or 6 important ones. And I use it extensively also at work to design things. I would highly recommend to learn it, at least the basic tools, because it's just such a powerful tool. And I use it all the time. Yeah, so Wagner asks a good question. So why do we even want both the application layer and the domain layer? So if we think about it, the application layer and the app that we're building now, it's sort of like a CRUD-based API, right? You can create a chat, you can create messages, then you can retrieve the chat, you can retrieve messages, right? It's a CRUD API at the moment. The domain layer probably won't have a lot of logic. So why do we even need 2 separate layers, and we can't just put everything inside the same layer and simply create the let's call it core layer that has both the definitions of the various entities in our system and this? So the answer is we can definitely, I think I'm screaming because of the music. 1 second. So the answer is, we can do whatever we want, of course. We can get rid of whatever layers that we want depending on the application. It's completely up to us. In this specific application, we can get rid of everything, right? We don't really need clean architecture over here. This is more for educational purposes. So because the logic, for now at least, is going to be pretty slim in each one of the layers, then this is a overhead building it via clean architecture. The answer is, depending on the problem that you're solving, do whatever's right for that case. This is an over-engineering for this specific problem, but for educational purposes, we're taking something somewhat simple and using that to explain. Yeah, so we're not adding GUI, at least not today. Maybe later. How easy is it to use OData on top of this for data querying? So if you're not familiar with OData, then it's a specification for querying data, sort of like in GraphQL, where you can say, I want this specific field or property, or this specific object, nested object. So GraphQL allows you to say, I want to retrieve the chat, but only the this and that fields, something similar to GraphQL. You can basically filter, select specific things. So how easy is it to add it? So it depends how you implement it in the actual service. So OData is only the specification. We can implement it by using the built-in OData capabilities or various libraries that do it in the controller layer or level, let's say in the presentation, it depends where you're putting the logic of the querying, the filtering, etc. If you're doing it in the presentation layer, then it's very simple because there are many libraries that you can use to simply say add OData and that's it, and you get it out of the box. But then you're paying the latency of, let's say someone requested only the 10 first chat messages and there are 1,000. So you'll actually query 1,000 from the database, and only the presentation layer, you'll take only the first 10. And if you want to implement it in a way where you're accessing it from the application layer, in our case, where we're saying over here, I want to fetch from the database only 10 because of the request asked only 10, then it's a bit more work, but in both cases, it's not very complicated. It's a solved solution. Many people have done it before, so there are many references. It's not very complicated. That's the longer answer. Okay, let's continue. So this is recorded. It'll be available for patrons. The source code will be available for the patrons. And whether or not this will go live to the world afterwards, not live, I mean, available afterwards for the world, really depends on how embarrassed I am from the output of this live stream. So it depends on that. Okay, so we created the SLN. Let's go ahead and start coding. So let's start with creating the various projects that we talked about. So like we said, we're going to have over here in the presentation layer, the contracts and the API. So let's say .NET new console, and let's give it the name sup.contracts. Right, next we have the API. So for the API, this is going to be a web API and not simply a class library, because the host of the entire application sits over here. So you can see the program file, the entry point, the host of the application sits over here. Okay, next. Wait, what did I do before? Oh, I did console by mistake. Let's get rid of this. Say .NET new class lib contracts. Next, we have the application. Infrastructure. And finally, the domain. Okay, so just to reiterate, so we have the API and the contracts from the presentation layer, and then the rest are just the application layer, the domain layer, and the infrastructure layer, where the actual project is, again, the API project. Okay, let's get rid of this. And this. Okay, and let's say .NET SLN add all the various CS projects. Right, say .NET build. Okay, what's wrong with the colors? Let's try restarting. Okay, now let's start by creating actually, let's say I'm actually changing my mind. Let's say RM on the SLN. And I want to put everything inside a source. Let's say move the API, the application, the contracts, the domain, and the infrastructure to the source. And then I want to also create over here the docs. And let's say again, .NET SLN add. Let's re-add all the projects to the solution. Let's build it. Great. Now let's say over here, API, and let's say API.chat. Markdown. Then let's say over here, okay, let's say create chat request. And this is post, let's say API chats. And create chat response. Let's and for now, let's say a chat has, let's say content or text content maybe. And let's say something like this. Now, because ideally the way it would work, so we would, when we want to create a new chat, then we did authentication, and now we're sending the token with us. So the backend servers can extract from the token details about the requesting user. Say the user is X, and then they want to talk with Y, and we can create a chat between X and Y. But because we're not supporting auth at all as part of this stage, just for time and simplicity constraints as part of this live stream, maybe we'll add it in the next one. So we're going to have here both the from and the to. So let's say, let's say created by, and let's put here some ID. Yeah, whatever, something. Actually, I want this a GUID. Yes. And, well, actually, let's say participants. No, so in the future, I can imagine there being chats and then, let's say, groups, something like this. So let's say, instead of participants, yeah, So it's created by someone, and the second person is, I don't know, let's call it second party for now. Yeah, and let's say the chat also has a name, right? So let's say name, and this is, let's actually recreate the Figma UI. Oh, so it's basically the other person's name, right? Doesn't have a name. So maybe we don't need a name. Okay, so that's it for the first step. Then the response would be something like this, but it also has the ID and say created daytime something, and say maybe that's it. Okay, so something like this. Let's see what this looks like. I'm making it smaller just because for me it's giant, so let me know if this is visible on a phone. If this is too small, then I'll make it a bit bigger. Great, so we have this. Let's start with this. Now, let's say API.message.markdown, where let's simply copy this entire thing. This, instead of chat, we're talking about a message. Let's actually say, where it says chat, change it with message. No, again, let's undo. Again, let's replace everywhere it says chat with message. Let's actually do the same. Yeah, that's good. Okay, so here we have chats, messages. Wait, so why do we have a content over here? I should have content. Okay, so we have the created by, we have the second party. That's it over here when we create a new chat. Then over here we have the actual message. There we have the text content, which is just some message. Now, maybe perhaps this should be, let's think about it. So if we're sending a chat, or if we're sending, in the future, we'll have, let's say, locations, images. Yeah, so we can also have text content and also have some attachment, right? So then this can probably be just text, where this sometimes can not exist, right? So let's say simply text over here. And then in the future, we can have over here something like attachments, right? And perhaps something like this, or let's say type. This could be like location, etc., right? So I think this looks good. Then if we would have, let's say, groups, group, then over here we could have like groups, name, yeah, a group. Then something like this. Yeah. And of course for the chat, so we can't simply have it like this. So we also need to say what, not for the chat, for the message, we need to say what chat this message belongs to. So now there are two options. We can either say API, chats, then over here like chat ID, messages, or we can have it like this and over here say chat ID and put here some chat ID. Now, personally, I think this makes more sense like this. So I'd say chats, chat ID, messages, just because the message resource exists inside the chat resource. And when we delete the chat, then we want it also to cascade delete all the various messages inside, because the messages don't really make sense without the chat existing. All right, so I think this makes a bit more sense. So we can do this, and maybe in the response, I think this looks good. So we have in the response the same thing plus the ID and the created datetime. Looks like a recording. Is that a bad or good? So if you're not noticing and you don't know me well enough, so this is me when I'm stressed. So usually when I'm typing, then I don't have no idea how many people are here. So yes, let's hope this goes well. Great, so this is, I think, step number one. I think it looks okay, not bad. All right, so we have the chat, we have the message. Then the last thing we want is, let's say, sup. Should we call this sup AI or sup GPT? Or no, that's a fine sup GPT. Copilot. I like that. Okay, let's go with Copilot. So over here, let's say API Copilot.markdown. And then, actually, I want to look. Let's look at the API from OpenAI. No. Get. Say completions. Rest API. Thank you. Okay. All right, so it's basically V1 completions. Is there a GitHub Copilot REST API? So I just want to see some examples for what some of the REST APIs look like. Maybe we can take some inspiration. Docu, no. Fine, so we'll just wing it. Okay, so we have this. Okay, so let's say API Copilot. Then we have get yeah, so we can look at it. Maybe let's say this will be api.chats.chatid.copilot slash. So let's imagine what this will be like in the future, right? So we're saying, so it doesn't have to be a question, right? We can say, what did we talk about in the past 2 days? We can also say, just like a request, summarize what Martha talked about. Perhaps in the future, we can also like send an image and say, does this match what Martha was describing or something like that? So, who has good ideas for what we should name this API? Oh, right. Let me move the music. Sorry if this is... Yeah, sorry about that. Right, so I see there's a question here in the chat. What's the benefit of having this document? Isn't Open API enough to describe the API? So this question by Saitama, if I didn't butcher the name, is a good question. So the question is, if we would just go ahead and implement the controllers, etc., then we could have the API generated by the definition of the controller, the requests, and we have everything not only generated, but also up to date with the changes. So if we change the API, the documentation is updated. Where over here, we would have to update both the controller and the documentation for it to stay up to date. So the answer to that is, before we're starting to write code, for me, I like creating something like this, just so when I write the controller, I have somewhere to copy from. So if I didn't have this, and I would just need to think about it as I'm going and implementing the controller, it's less visual for me to see it that way rather than over here. This will be translated one-to-one to code. So whatever we're writing over here, that's what the code will look like. And after we finish this, it's just for drafting. So after we finish this, we can delete it for all we care about, because in general, it's better to have documentation generated based on the actual implementation and not like this, because this will go out of sync with the code base with time. So this is just like a draft before we're implementing. So it doesn't really matter. Okay, so we have some suggestions. Prompt. Chat ID. Prompts. Sure, why not? Okay, let's say this, then we can say over here prompt. And this will be this thing. Yeah, we do want this saved. So if we think about it, this is also sort of like a chat, right? Actually, so this is also sort of like a chat. So we do want this saved, persisted and saved, right? Perhaps. Let's see, Copilot. Messages. This is just another message, right? Similar to the messages API. So we can say we have the chat, then we have the Copilot tab, whatever. Then we have the messages for the Copilot, and then over here we can say, we can still call this prompt, I guess. Let's align with the messages, right? So for the messages we called it text. Let's call it text over here as well. Okay, so we have this, we have the text, we have the created by. What? Wait. This is left over. So in the messages, we have the text, we have the created by. We don't care about the second party over here because it's already the metadata of the chat. And then over here, again, we have the text, we have the created by. Can get rid of the second party. Yeah, looks good. Then the response for this will be. Okay, so do we want the response? Because we're talking about REST, then REST is all about resources, right? So over here, we're creating a new resource with the question that we're asking Copilot or the message that we're texting to Copilot. And if we say that the response contains the response from the Copilot, then that means that we'll block the response until we get the response back from our external dependency, and we'll return that. And if we're talking about resources, it would make more sense to say over here, we created some resource, great. We have the resource over here, we have the created by, created datetime, blah, blah, having this as a response. And then the answer from the AI will just appear asynchronously later on, right? Because the way I can imagine this working is, let's imagine we have several clients for the chat. So now I go ahead and add a message to the chat. I'm creating the message resource, the REST message resource. This raises some message created event. And then we have various handlers. Maybe this is sent to some message queue. And then we have various handlers, each of them responsible of doing whatever they need to do. And perhaps we have clients listening. Maybe we're using MQTT, whatever. We're using some pattern to update the clients, but all based on some event that occurred. So we could have this. We can have the creating a Copilot message resource, raise an event, and then we have a handler listening to that event and invoking the call to OpenAI, getting the response, and then sending the response, and then the client, when this happens, then asynchronously, we're sending the message. So I think that would make more sense going forward. But for now, let's do this. Let's say, let's put here a warning sign. Let's say Amichai. Try again. It's not the way I want it to look. Fine, whatever. Amichai of the future. Or let's say this is like the beta. Let's do this for now. This will be the actual reply. So let's say Copilot. Compilot. This will be blah blah. So it makes more sense that it won't be blocking. We create the Copilot message, and then the Copilot can respond with 10 messages if it wants asynchronously. Let's say the first 2 messages it computes in 2 seconds, and then the next message takes an hour to compute. So we're not blocked by that. We don't have timeouts. The client doesn't need to hang until we return the response. So let's say in beta, it'll simply return some response just because this will be easier for us to implement, play with, and see that it worked. And then in the future, then we'll change this to be asynchronous, right? So let's say create Copilot message request. This will be the same thing, but response. Then this is for beta, right? So I'll say something like this, and then in the future this will be, so this will be, here's the beta, this will be Copilot text blah blah. This instead of post will be get, right? So in the beta version we have this where we're calling get. Let's call it answers. Yeah, it's also weird to have a get with the body. Let's leave it post. Okay, so as a first step, we'll have something like this, where we send some text and we get the response from Copilot. But in the future, say V1, what we will have is as follows. So we have this. This will return. This will create the message resource like, whoops, like so. And over here we have the ID. Thank you. Created by. Yeah. Okay, so again, because we don't have authentication yet, so we do need this created by, but when we add authentication, then this will be details that will extract from the token. So we won't need it specified over here. But for now, because we don't have that, so let's do this. So we have created by, let's say created daytime, and that's it for now. Let's start writing some code, seeing that things actually work. So in the API under controllers, let's go ahead and create here the chat controller, or chats, plural, chats controller. And just to check if there are any names. Any names? Any names? Any questions? Okay. Let's start. So namespace, let's say public class chats controller, and this will inherit from the controller base. Controller base. No. Web SDK. Let's restart OmniSharp. And meanwhile, let's start writing some code. So Yes. Does it work? Not yet. .NET build. Let's try this again. So we have .NET SLN list. Let's restart. I think it's because of the dev kit. Uninstall. Then for this, let's use switch to pre-release version. No, boom, boom, boom. I want install another version. Let's take something. Oh wait, this should be okay. This should be okay. Let's use this. Reload required. All right, so for some reason, when I've been using the C# dev kit, it's been giving me problems, not recognizing various auto includes, etc. So I reverted that. Maybe it's a Mac OS thing, I don't know. But in any case, it's been giving me some problems. Let's give OmniSharp a moment. And let's see if it works. Let's see, .NET build. This is not installed. This version is from this version is from May 16th. Not May, June 16th. Let's try. Let's give it one more chance, and then if not, yeah. Try restart OmniSharp. No, fine. Let's go back to an earlier version. Let's say uninstall, install another version. Let's go 4 months back. The extension for the Markdown files is Markdown Preview Enhanced. This one. This is for viewing, and I also have Markdown All-in-One. This one, which is great for creating, let's say, the table over here. So this is auto-created and updated. So when I change this, then you can see I'm pointing. Let's say I change this to be something and I hear another one, then the table over here should auto-update. which isn't happening here. So you have this, where it's currently out of date. Let's try changing something. Thank you. No? Yes, okay. So you can see it auto updates, and it's just a great extension to have. So I would recommend that. Okay, C# extension. Let's reload it. Will it work? No, it's not working. Let's try toggle excluded files. Let's try building it from here. Let's say launch. Wonder if this will work. Yeah, obviously. Yeah, so this works. I think what I'll do, say .NET Build again. Restart only sharp. If this doesn't work, I'll try uninstalling it, installing it again. Come on. No. C#, namespace, auto include, right? Auto include, namespace, auto include. Let's see, what might be ruining this? Let's say uninstall for this. Can get rid of this. Includes. It includes uninstalling C# extensions and Roslinator. Right. Fine, we got rid of that. Let's see what else we might be missing. Let's say .NET, list SDK, .NET, list SDKs. You know what? This might have to do with the version. Okay, let's go over here. C#. Install this. Auto using. Jesus, thank God. Okay, it works. Now we can start. API controller. Okay, let's go back to the documentation. So we're starting with the chat. Okay, so let's start with the chat. Going to the controller. So we want the following. We want the post endpoint. All right, we want the post endpoint. Where the path is simply chats. Over here we want public action result. Let's see here, create chat. And over here, let's get the create chat request. Where this thing is going to sit in the contracts project, right? Let's say over here, chats, what do we say over here? Sweet chats. Okay, and over here we have the create chat request, where this is going to be a record that will simply have the created, invented a syntax, create chat request, where over here we'll have the created by, and also the second party, right? And that's it. Now we want to say that the API project has a reference to the contracts project. That's a .NET add to the API project, a reference to the contracts. Great. And now we also want a reference between the contracts, not contracts, API and application. Then we want between the infrastructure to the application. Finally, application to domain. Okay, then we can go to the application layer and say over here, what do we call it? Chat. Let's call it chats. Let's align it to plural. So let's say chats, and then over here, let's say chats service. First, let's create the interface. So let's say namespace, this thing. That's a public class interface. Chat service. Where over here, we're going to simply have, for now, let's say void create chat. Say GUID basically unpacking the request for now. Now let's say over here, chat service, public class chat service implements the I, not chat, chats. Chats service, and this will create the chat. So the chat itself sits in the domain. Let's over here, chats. So this for now. Maybe we'll change it as we go. Say public class. Let's actually say public record chat. For now, let's have it look exactly like the request. Create chat request. Let's say something like this for now. And then the chat service will simply say var chat equals new chat. This comes from the domain, yes. And over here we'll say created by, why is this capital? Created by, and second party is second party. And then over here, we want to persist it in the database. So let's go to the application layer. Let's say over here, common. Actually, let's perhaps put it over here. Let's say services. Let's move this and this to here. And let's say interfaces iChat repository. And over here, let's say public interface iChats repository, where over here we'll simply have the, for now, let's say add, this will receive a chat, chats, repository. Then over here we can say chats repository, add chat. Yeah, that's it for now. Let's say, of course, this also needs to have an ID. So let's say ID. Oh well, I think it's time. Let's say class. Let's say public GUID ID. Created by. I think we can simply do created by second party equals created by second party. Is this the syntax? Great. And let's say the ID. Something new, right? Let's say ID. Okay, so we're creating the chat. Return the chat representation as it's defined in the domain. Let's get rid of this for now. And say over here, return chat. Great. Now we're missing various things like, first of all, the chat repository. That's over here, chats. Let's update this as well. So we have in the infrastructure chats, chats. No, actually, I think I like this better. Let's say persistence. Persistence. Yeah. Maybe we'll change it as we go. Chat repository. Chats. Chats repository. Where? Over here. No. Location, yes. I shouldn't need to reference the domain directly because we're referencing the application and the application references the domain. Let's try, let's say, restart OmniSharp. Meanwhile, let's see if you have any questions. Hi to Brazil, William. For the design, I'm using Figma. So this over here is a Figma file. If you're not familiar with it, just go to figma.com and you can create an account for free. This is a free account where you can create these, forgot how it's called, design files. And it's an amazing, amazing tool. I use it for everything. So getting started, there is a learning curve, but all you need to know to just start playing around with it is you press T, then you can enter text. You press R for rectangle, O for circle, L for line. Then over here you have the various controls to control each one of the elements. And over here you can see it's built hierarchically. It has a hierarchy. I can't say the word. Has a hierarchical, like HTML, XML, you get it, right? So there's a parent, the child, objects, etc. So on the left, you can see the way it's built over here. Hierarchical. Anyway, Figma. Yeah, great tool. I recommend. Do I use one project for the infrastructure? So it depends, right? So now we're taking a simple problem like a chat and creating this entire clean architecture, blah, blah around it. So over here, I wouldn't create more than one infrastructure project. But as the application grows, if only the persistence contains a lot of logic, or there's a specific team that works on the persistence logical component of the application, then I would definitely create an application called sup.persistence where the persistence specific logic would sit, and for other things as well, maybe, I don't know, identity, etc., etc. I don't know about the VOD. I'll decide. I don't know if I'm built for this. I'll see. In the end, I'll see if I enjoyed it and I think it's not too awkward, then I'll upload it as a VOD. But for the patrons, it'll be available in any case. Okay. Okay, let's continue. So we did, no, it's still not recognizing. Let's say domain, chats. Let's say .NET build. Should build, I think. So this thing is complaining that we don't have the domain, but we should have the domain because we're referencing the application layer, which references the domain layer. So we shouldn't need to add a reference directly from the infrastructure to the domain. And now it works for some reason. Let's see, chat. Yeah, okay, so it works again. Okay, so we have this. Let's say, for now, let's simply, let's say, yeah, so for the storage, hierarchy, that's how I had to see it in front of me to be able to say it, hierarchy. Yeah, so let me think. So we have the chat has the various messages inside. Do we want to create it? So one option would be to create a dictionary where we have the chat ID on one side and on the other side all the various messages. Just for now, right? In memory, we'll replace it in the future to use like a DB context or something like that. Yeah, I think that's what we'll do. Let's say, yeah, okay. So let's say for the chats, we'll have the following. We'll say private, read only. Let's say, yes, iDictionary, why not? iDictionary of GUID to chat. Let's say static, read only. Let's say this. Let's call it repository. Okay. And then add will simply be so instead, let's say simply dictionary. Then let's say over here, repository chat.id equals chat. All right. Seems good. Okay, so the entire thing should work as a whole. Let's go back to the chats controller. Let's say over here, private, read only, iChats service. No. Chats service. Then over here, let's say chat service dot create chat. Over here, we're basically unpacking the request, right? So this is created by, this is second party. I'd say for now, okay. This should theoretically return created at and etc. But let's leave it like this for now. All we need to do is add all the various dependency injection stuff. So let's say the following. Let's say builder.services. Over here, let's say add application and presentation. For now, no. Let's say add infrastructure. And then over here, let's say dependency injection. Public class, static class. Dependency injection. Then public static I service collection. Add application. I service collection. Service collection services. This will say, let's add the missing package, reverse package search. And the one that we want is the first one over here. Now, last time I checked, it didn't work, where if I simply click enter, it didn't add it, but let's check. Perhaps now it's fixed. Nope, still not working. I think it always adds it over here. Let's see, not over here, not over here, not over here. Here it is. Yeah, so there's some bug. Let's move this to the application layer, package reference. Or let's simply do init add to the application layer the package, this thing. Okay. I would say services dot add. Let's say scoped I chat service. Now let's copy this entire thing to the infrastructure layer. Let's fix the namespace. Let's add the package to the infrastructure layer as well. Okay. And then over here, let's say add scoped as well for the chat repository. So because we defined over here the dictionary as static, then it's going to be a single instance. So we don't mind if it's scoped because the same instance of the dictionary will always be returned. So let's say over here, for infrastructure, say for the iChats repository, chats repository. Let's put the chats. Yeah, so I don't know why this extension isn't working. The auto using. Not sure why this isn't working for me. Okay, great. So we added the repository. We added the service. I think we're good. No? Let's give it a try. So we have docs. Let's create also requests. Let's say over here chats. And let's say create chat. And program, yeah, I need to add here some includes. using sup.application and in. Wait. Right. So we don't have a reference from the API project to the infrastructure project. So I'll say .NET add to the API project a reference to the infrastructure. Let's give it a moment. Let's see if this works. Oh, I didn't create these as extension methods, right? So back. This should be this, of course. Same goes over here. Nice. Okay, done a build. Could not copy blah 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 because it was not found. What are we talking about? OpenAI. Not sure what it's talking about. Could not copy file. No, NuGet package. Let's say .NET. .NET new global JSON. Yes, this thing. Thank you. Live stream sup API. Where the hell do we have? Oh, OpenAI. Oops, that's why. We can actually get rid of this as well. Okay, so we have create chat. We have the chat definition over here. So let's say .NET run sup.api. Sorry, proj. And over here, let's go to settings. Settings. Let's say workspace. Create chat. Okay, so we have the hosts, API, chats. This is actually not what we did over here. So we said API, controller. We don't need this. And so restart it. .NET run. Perhaps let's say .NET watch run. I think it's like this, no hard reload. Okay, debuggers attached. We have a breakpoint in the chats controller. Let's make a request, and it doesn't work. Why? Because we didn't choose the environment, I think. Let's say REST client, switch environment, no environment. Okay, we hit the breakpoint. We have the create chat request. This has two IDs. Both are zeros. Let's continue. Let's say instead of, let's have this 1 and 2. Yeah, okay, so we have 1 and 2. Then we step into this. We arrive at the chat service. We create a new chat object. Over here, we have a new ID. We add it to the in-memory dictionary of repositories. So here we should have 2 now. Great. Returning the chat. Returning okay. Great. Okay, so we have this. I think this is pretty much straightforward, what we did up until now. Let's pick up the pace a bit, if it's okay with you. So if this becomes too quick and it's hard to follow, let me know and I'll take it down a notch. But I think it becomes kind of repetitive, right? So now we have this. Let's create a message for the message. Then we'll also want to create an endpoint to retrieve the chats and the messages, etc. Great. Okay, so let me know if you have any questions. I can't see Twitch for some reason. Let's see, are you planning to use an existing library to hook into ChatGPT's API? So, I don't know, I haven't thought about it yet. I might create the client myself just to show how we would create a client, what I think is the better way to create an HTTP client in .NET, just because it's probably pretty simple, pretty straightforward, and I think it could be educational. Yeah. Okay, fine. So we have for the chats, let's go ahead and change this. Instead of chats, let's say messages. And let's say where it says chats to messages. Same thing goes. All right, something like this I think makes sense. So we have create message request. Okay, back in the contracts, let's go ahead and add here another one, messages, message. And the way this is going to look, so let's open our documentation again. We have messages. Okay, so message. Public record message. And we have over here simply the text and created by. So this should exist now. Sorry, this should be the create message. create message request. Then in the application layer, similar to chats, let's create here a folder messages. Say interfaces and services. And let's say iMessages service. Let's actually copy. This entire thing. Let's place it over here. Let's messages, not using, sorry. Here. Messages, message. This will have the text and the created by. This is going to implement the iMessages interface. Message. Service. Yes, messages service. Thank you. Then in the domain layer, let's go ahead and create here messages, and let's define what a message looks like. For that, let's copy one of these guys. Say namespace. All right, so we're doing the same thing that we did for the chat. We're doing it for the message. So it's pretty repetitive. If this is too fast, then let me know, but I think it's kind of straightforward at this point. Let's actually change this one to text. Let's say message. Then we have, let's change the order. Say text. Over here, let's say text. Text created by. Yeah, okay, something like this. Then back in the application layer, in a minute, I'll look at the chat and see if there are any questions, but let me just finish this. See message, get the messages from the domain layer. Yes. And then same story over here, right? So interfaces. These are unlike the iMessages service, these are interfaces that will be implemented in an outer layer. In our case, it's the infrastructure layer, right? So what we're going to have, maybe let's add it over here. So we have, not this, I did something different. Let's say, so what I ended up doing is like this. We have chats, services, then similar to services, we have interfaces. Over here we have the iChat repository, which will be implemented in the infrastructure layer. Let's copy this entire thing and nope. Let's try again. Selecting this. Thank you. This is chats. This is messages. 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 All right, so it looks something like this. Let's get rid of this. And then over here we have the chat. And the messages. Okay, so let's say private read-only I am messages repository. Repository. See, there's some questions in the chat. I'll look at it in a minute, okay? Messages repository. And over here, let's say I messages repository. Public interface. Let's copy this. Then in the infrastructure layer, similar to this, let's create one, which is the messages repository. And this time, instead of having a GUID to a chat, first of all, let's replace where it says chats with messages. And then say it'll be from a GUID, where the GUID is going to be the chat ID. This is going to be to a list of messages. Using domain messages. And also we want over here the chat ID. So let's say GUID, chat ID, and then message. Let's just update the interface. And then we want to say repository, chat ID, and then, okay, here it changes. So let's say if, I think there's a, if repository try something, try get value, where the key is the chat ID. And this is the list of messages, all right? So I'll say messages. If this works, then we can simply say messages dot add message, right? And because the add actually adds it, so we don't need to reassign anything. Yeah. Otherwise, we don't have it yet. So you can say over here, return. Otherwise, or let's say the opposite actually. If this doesn't exist, then let's say repository chat ID equals new. And yeah, it's not an array, it's a list. Actually, in C# 12, I think we should be able to do something like this. So just FYI, from November, I think this will work, where this will create a list with the message inside. And because this over here is defined as a list, then it'll create it as a list. And if this was an array, then it will create it as an array. I think. Pretty sure. Okay, but we don't have that option. So let's say over here, new list of. Debating if I want to make it in one line. Just say, for now, new list of message. Let's say over here, message. Like this. Yeah, so it's not much clearer. Fine, let's say like this. Return. Otherwise, let's create it and add it. Yeah, I think we should be good with this. So back in the application layer, under messages, so over here, we're getting only the text and the created by, but this actually isn't enough, right? We also need the chat ID, which is captured with the request, right? So part of the path, we have the chat ID. So let's pass that down. Let's go to the message controller, messages controller. And then let's say over here, so we have API controller, which is API, not chats, this is the typo. This should be docs message, should be messages. Oh wait, yeah, it should be chats. I don't know why. Sorry, back over here. Let's say messages controller. Okay, so we have API, chats, then we have a chat ID, then we have the controller, and then we also have the chat ID. Let's put it afterwards. Let's say GUI chat ID. Now to the interface, we need to add this as well. So it's over here, GUI chat ID. Okay, then we can go back to the messages service. Now we have over here the chat ID. We can say messages repository, and let's add the using statement. And then we can pass over here the chat ID and the message, right? So let's go ahead and create the message, say var message equals a new message. And then let's pass it the text and created by. And finally, let's return the message, right? So this should work. Okay. Chat. I see you have some questions. Let's see. Do you plan someday to use MongoDB or CosmosDB? So I'm a big fan of CosmosDB. I'll tell you what I was thinking for this video, for this series of live streams, is to create this chat application with AI powered features where we can, etc., to cover clean architecture, creating web clients, and and also like searching and learning how to use external APIs, etc., etc. And I wasn't thinking too much about the persistence part of it. And then for persistence, we can use various technologies, right? So I think maybe I'll do a poll when we get to that stage, and I'll ask which database provider people are interested to learn, and then I can, if I'm not too familiar with it myself, then we can research it live and use it. And if it's something that I'm familiar with, then we can simply integrate with it. So I wasn't planning to do it as part of this series. In general, I definitely want to dive and do like a series on various database or stored solutions and comparing them one to another, and what you can use depending on the cloud provider and your needs, right? If you need a relational DB or a document DB, etc. So yeah, that's the long answer. Is the idea to present the chat messages to ChatGPT along with the prompt? So this is a great question. So back to the design. Right, so this sketch that I created in the beginning, this is just for us to be able to imagine what it'll look like. So the way the completion endpoint works is you give it some text and it generates the next tokens, where the tokens are the words, right? We can think of it as the words. So for the completions endpoint to be able to say the past 2 days, this is what Martha said, we'll have to send at least the past 2 days of chats together with the timestamps of the messages for it to be able to make generate the correct answer. Now there is a new endpoint that's called function calling, I think, that we might use that as well. I'm not too sure yet. I haven't decided, so we'll see. But generally, the answer is yes. Okay, so we'll send the messages together with the prompt, and then that's how we'll generate it. Currently, what we'll do is we'll send all the messages in the history of the chat together with the prompt, meaning that if we have 1,000 messages, we'll send 1,000 messages to the completions endpoint. Not ideal, but that's what we'll do for now. I think what we can do in the future is we can say, let's take the prompt, send it to the function calling endpoint, extract from there details about the request, right? So it allows you to sort of request how, like, you can specify how you would like the message to be parsed into various parameters, more or less. Like, you can think about it like parameterizing the prompt, and then we can extract from there, let's say let's say over here we would extract the 2 days variable, I don't know, and then we can use that to query from the database only the past 2 days and send that. So that's maybe something for the future, but for now we'll just send all the chats. Right, so Muhammad asked, why don't I create an abstraction folder in the application layer and put all the interfaces over there? So that's definitely an option. So I sometimes do like this, sometimes like this. It doesn't, in my opinion, it doesn't really matter. So as long as it's aligned across the various solutions or the various features, then it's okay. So what Muhammad is suggesting is to do over here, let's say, I don't know, common abstractions, and then put over here all the various interfaces that we want to have implemented by outer layers. That's fine as well. You can do whatever you want. I go with this sometimes just because it's nice having it split by feature and not by general other properties of the classes. Do I prefer a constructor over get init? Generally, yes, but once there's the required keyword, then it's the same. I would just say required and in it. I don't think, I don't know if it'll be available afterwards. I need to decide when the stream is over. It's my first stream, so I'm still trying to see how it goes. And few things. First of all, if I enjoy it, and if I think it'll be useful. I don't know. You tell me. If you think this is useful as a VOD afterwards, then perhaps yes. Let's see. The other thing you could have done is create a services folder in your infrastructure layer and put all your implementation in that. Right? Yeah. So there's the. So I think a lot about the folder structure, what goes where. I like thinking about it, but also I spend too much time thinking about it usually. It's a matter of preference in the end. I think all the solutions have their pros and cons. Whatever we choose, just to be aligned in the end, and people working on the project, they need to be familiar with the structure. So as long as we're not inventing something new and it's pretty straightforward, then I think it's okay. It doesn't really matter. Right, so the message needs a timestamp, didn't I? Put timestamp? I didn't put timestamps at all. So yeah, of course. We'll need timestamps. Yeah. For the music, I just found this service online where you can play things without being copyright sued later. I put it initially over here, the music that's playing. Maybe I'll put it back. You can see the track. Yeah, so timestamps, yes. Thanks, Archer, and Kyle, yes. Let's do that now before I forget. So let's say, of course we need the daytime offset, say created at, say created daytime. Yeah, so this is starting to get a bit messy. Let's get rid of this. So over here, daytime offset, created daytime. Let's say ID, GUID, new GUID, or even better, let's say ID. And then let's just go ahead and one by one. So let's say created by and that's it, right? No, created daytime. Say common interfaces daytime provider .cs. Let's say namespace daytime provider, and then let's say daytime offset. That's how you'd see now. Yeah, okay. Then let's go to the infrastructure layer and say services, daytime provider, public class daytime provider, implements the daytime provider interface. Say implement interface, and this will be daytime offset. Now, and let's specify the dependency injection. Here we want the messages. Let's say add persistence, which will do this. Let's say add services, which will say daytime provider is the daytime provider. And here, let's say return services, add persistence, add services. Just change this to private and here as well. Okay, so we have this. Then back in the domain, then we can say, we were in the chat. Yeah, it's always a problem. I think, let's say, all right, so I'll say a word about this. So generally, when we're implementing the domain models, then we'll have these two options. So one of them is, do we want to push the logic into the domain model like we're doing over here? So passing the daytime provider to the chat constructor and having it initialized like this? Or do we prefer to pass the daytime and then have this logic sit in the application layer and pass it down? So I go back and forth depending on the implementation and the day, but generally I feel like it's safer passing the daytime provider in and having the object call the appropriate method. So currently we have now, but we might have something else in the future. So I feel just it's this, maybe the daytime provider isn't the best example because it's hard to get wrong, but generally I tend to like passing these objects down into the actual domain model and having the domain model invoke the appropriate method instead of receiving here a daytime offset, which God knows how it's implemented. It's just, I think when you have many people working on the same project, then it makes it safer in the long run to not get something that anyone can construct, but getting something that's it's a bit safer. But let me know what you think. Okay, great. But actually, even though I did this, I actually prefer doing the following. So let's make this private. Let's make this daytime offset. And then 1 second, it's my wife. I'll be back. קוקי, רק התעוררת? רק התעוררת? מפה, תראה, זה גוגי ואבא. צ'ופי, אתה יודע מה אתה עושה?
אתה לא עושה לו כספירה?
אה?
אתה לא עושה?
עוד שעה. Okay, I'm back. So what I actually prefer doing is the following. So let's create over here, stop the hot reload. Let's create here a static factory method. I'll say public static chat create. And then over here, let's say GUID created by GUID second party. And then over here, let's say the daytime provider, and then finally the ID, right? So ID, which is optional, or actually, let's say for the create, it just doesn't exist. And then let's return from here a new chat. Let's say new. And then we have, for the ID, we have GUID.new GUID. Then we have the created by, not on mute, right? Yeah. Second party and daytime provider dot UTC now, right? Something like this. And then for the messages, let's do something similar. So let's get rid of this. Let's say this receives all the various IDs. It's private. Here it has the ID, the text, the created by, and the created daytime. And then simply, right, ID, we could have this auto-generated text, created by, created datetime, created datetime. And then public static message. Create, where this will be, I think, similar to this. Let's copy it, paste it over here. So we have the string text. We have the second party. No, we have the created by and the datetime provider. And then return new. Again, ID GUI.new GUI. Text created by, and then datetime provider dot UTC now. Great. I wanted to do a guest appearance with my son, but he was too tired. He just woke up. He wasn't up to it, so that didn't happen. Why am I using datetime offset and not datetime? So generally, I use both datetime and datetime offset. If I can choose, then I choose datetime offset just because it has the metadata of the offset that the simple datetime doesn't. And I feel like it's a safer choice. But as long as you, on the server side, use UTC, so on the way in, on the way out, whatever, you're using UTC, then you should be fine using either. So in the datetime provider, you can, let's open the datetime provider. So in the datetime provider, so over here, if it was simply datetime, then we do UTC now and we're fine. But over here, we can also simply use now because we have the offset metadata, and then we can always align it based on whatever offset the request is coming from. But basically, you can use whatever you want. Just make sure to use UTC to convert to UTC. Right, so like James Ivan is saying, so that's two options. Either passing the datetime provider over here like I'm doing, or passing the datetime offset simply like this from the application layer and having the datetime provider logic in the application layer. Both options are fine. This is a safer approach, honestly, right? If the application grows and we have more developers working, then this way we know for sure that we're passing over here the correct value. Otherwise, yeah, perhaps we need to make sure now that the value is correct and it makes sense that it's, I don't know, this feels a bit safer, right? So I go back and forth, but I think this is what I would recommend between the two options. I skipped some, I see. I can't read everything. Sorry, I can't read everything. It's getting long. Blah, 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 blah. Fine, I'll read it. I won't be lazy. Are you going to integrate this API with chat on this live or plan to? Yeah, so what's the time? This is taking much more time than I thought, actually. So I think we won't get to creating the OpenAI client today, but in the next live, then that's what we'll do. Right, so for the created at and or less modified and the created datetime properties, the audit information, then many times what you'll see is an interface that all the auditable entities will implement this interface, and then they'll have these objects. And many times what we do in the infrastructure layer is we have some interceptor or just going through the auditable entities and populating the properties with the right value, and then we have the value corresponding to the time that we actually made the changes and stored it in the database. So that's definitely an option. I do it most of the time, but you don't have to necessarily. And there is something about having this logic hidden in the infrastructure layer that makes it a bit less straightforward than creating it over here, where it's obvious that when you're calling the create method, then that's when you're putting the timestamp, and that's where you're initializing it, and not leaving it empty over here, and then magically in the infrastructure layer, then it gets the value. So both options are okay. I do both, whatever you decide. Yeah, so I like static factory methods just because a few things. First of all, we could put their async logic. So if we need to put things that are async, then we can do it over there. Simply make this async and we can call it. That's the first reason. And the second reason is many times I use the result pattern and I don't return the message, but I return error or the message or result message, etc. So it allows that. And also, I can create many various factory methods. Each one of them receives a different subset of properties depending on how we want to construct the object. And they all call eventually the underlying constructor. So instead of having multiple constructors, then we have just one private constructor that doesn't have much logic, and the specific logic for creating each one of them sits in the create method. Is VS Code good enough for large company projects? I think, from my experience, no. So I wasn't able, there isn't one not small Microsoft project I've worked on that I was able to run successfully in Visual Studio Code. So perhaps I didn't spend enough time on it, but it definitely wasn't straightforward. So I love Visual Studio Code. It's my default editor for any project that I work on when I can. But all the big projects that I've worked on within Microsoft, all of them, no matter what, I wasn't able to work on them in Visual Studio Code, which is a shame. They worked only in Visual Studio for authentication reasons, compilation reasons, etc., etc. There are all these various different formats that the bigger projects use that simply isn't supported in Visual Studio Code. Ideally, honestly, I would be using NeoVim for development, but also the ecosystem around .NET and C# specifically is terrible. That's it. I think yeah. Okay. Let's continue. So we have this now back in the application layer. So we can go back to the message service. Then over here, we need alongside this the datetime provider. And let's create constructor. It has these. Then we need to call messages, message.create, text created by and datetime provider. Then we have the message. Same thing in the chats. So over here, chat repository. Let's copy this thing. And let's inject it. Let's say chat.create and datetime provider. Nice. What else? Are we missing some dependency injection somewhere? I think yes. let's say add services. Then we have the iChat service. Over here, let's replace chats with messages. Chats with messages. And in the infrastructure layer, chats, messages, datetime provider. Yeah, I think we're good. Let's say .NET build. Let's go back to the messages controller. Should be text. Should be created by. Can I compare C# and Java? The short answer is no, because I didn't work on enterprise applications in Java to give a good answer. I did, however, develop in Kotlin for about 4 months, and that was amazing. But I didn't create REST APIs like we were doing over here. Instead, it was a backend that was invoked. If you're familiar with the MQTT pattern, then it was a different experience, but I just really like Kotlin. So I can't compare Java and .NET when it comes to the actual frameworks, like Spring versus ASP.NET. I don't know enough. Great, okay, so we have this message, blah, blah, blah. This works, let's run it. .NET run. So we have to create chat. Let's create message. Chat ID. What was it? Chat ID messages. Let's add the chat ID too. What's it called? Toggle excluded files. Say let's say chat ID. Let's give it something. So over here, let's simply say 3, just so we have something different than the other ones. No GitHub Copilot. Let's copy from here. Dev. Great, so create message. Let's see what we have over here. Let's copy this, basically. I tried using Visual Studio for Mac. I was very underwhelmed with the experience. And so I can spend hours on IDEs and editors. I used many of JetBrains products in the past, and I really, really like JetBrains. But going back to JetBrains now was a bit disappointing in the how customizable it is and how much of the keyboard shortcuts I can customize. I spent way too much time trying to recreate what I have over here in Visual Studio Code, and I ended up just leaving it, unfortunately. Yeah, okay, so we have text created by, we have the service running. Let's attach the debugger. Let's go to the messages controller. Let's put a breakpoint over here. And let's try again. Nope. Don't save. Stop this. .NET, watch run, no hot reload. Wait, no. SAP API, this one. Nope, it's not attaching. Let's try again. Oh, of course. Thank you. Okay, so we have the create message request. First of all, the chat ID starts with a 3. Yes, was extracted from the path, from the query, yeah, whatever, from the path. Then we have over here the text, dot created by. Seems right. Let's go over here, step over. Let's see what we have. So we have the message that has the values. This seems right. Seems good. Step into this. Then over here, this should fail, right? Because we don't have the chat ID yet. So over here, we're creating. Yeah, so the key is the chat ID and the value is the actual message. Seems right. Returning the message and returning it. Nice. Okay, so now let's make this a bit more interesting. Let's go to the messages controller. Let's copy this entire thing. Let's say get, say list messages. Let's pass the chat ID. Generate method list messages. This will return, say for now let's just say list, right? Why cast it back and forth? Message. Whoops. Okay, now I just want to note that currently this is synchronous and we're using an in-memory repository solution or data solution, data storage solution. But this will change. Okay, so this will be asynchronous. We'll use an actual something, I don't know, something for it to be persisted. We haven't decided yet. And many things here will change as we go on, but this is just for now, so we see that things are working. So if the current solution bugs you, then please let me know in the comments what bothers you, and I'll tell you if we're going to change it or not. Okay, so now we want to list messages. So let's simply say, we want the repository, right? So return message repository dot list. Let's pass it the chat ID. And we have the list. Let's go to the messages repository. And then over here, yeah, let's say, let's copy this entire thing. Right. It's a shame, but yeah. Okay. Makes me want to do this. Right? What am I missing? Yeah. So this will change, right, in C#12. So we'll be able to create an empty list without creating a new instance each time. Okay, let's go back to the messages service. And now, yeah, fine. Okay, now of course, something we want to do over here is check. It's over here. To do return, I don't know, check that chat with chat ID exists, right? So it's something that we need to add. Let's go to the messages controller. Yeah. Now let's see that this works as expected. Requests, messages, let's say list messages. Let's just run it. Okay, nothing was returned. Let's create some messages. Great. Yeah, okay, so this works as expected. Let's go create a chat. Another chat. This shouldn't work, right? Oh, actually, yeah. So this shouldn't work just because two people should have a single chat between them, right? So this shouldn't work. Let's go to the chat service. Let's go over here to check that there isn't a chat already between the two parties. Yeah, okay. Seems about right. What's the time? Oof. Okay, so going back to what we talked about. Okay, so we have the option to create a new chat. We're missing some stuff, of course. We have the option to create new messages. And we said that we changed this to Copilot, right? Ask Copilot questions. Question is, shall we do this today or not? Let's do something small for now. Let's go to the controllers. Let's say Copilot, controller. Say public class, Copilot, controller. API controller, say route, and let's look again at the documentation. Yeah, so we said in the beta, we'll simply call messages, pass the text, get some response, but in the future, then this will be asynchronous, right? So we'll create the message, and then later on, then one or more responses from the Copilot will appear in the chat. So for now, because this is what we're doing just to see that everything is wired together, let's create this endpoint. Let's go to the Copilot controller. And this is API, beta, chats. Now, why is this beta and the other ones don't have V1? It's a good question, all right? Let's make everything beta for now. Next, let's go to the Copilot controller. Let's say okay, fine. Public action result. It's weird calling it get Copilot response when it's a post endpoint, right? Let's say for now, let's say create message. I don't like it. Let's just say, let's return it to what it was before. Get Copilot response. This is part of just for now, sort of like a POC, right? Saying that everything works. So we have this. Then let's go to the contracts. Let's create here Copilot. And let's say here get Copilot. Yeah, I don't like it. Let's go again to controllers. Let's say complete answer prompt. Answer. Yeah, say answer prompt. Answer prompt. public record answer prompt. And this has the text and the created by no. Copilot answer prompt requests. And then over here, let's say private read only I Copilot service. Copilot service. Public interface I Copilot service. And then let's see over here, how do we call it? Answer prompt. So let's say public prompt response. What does the prompt response have? Let's say string. String answer prompt, and this simply receives the text needs to receive the chat ID and do we care about this? Currently, I think we don't care about this. Let's go over here, say data. We don't care about the created by. Let's also get rid of this. Currently, you know what? So I mean, this is per user, right? So this isn't shared between Martha and the current person, which is why we do care, if we want to persist it, we do care who sent it. Because in the future, when we have authentication, then we'll pull these details from the token. But currently, because we don't have the token yet, so it makes sense that we'll have the created by. Yeah, let's say for us to, yeah, I think that makes sense. And then in the response, fine, yeah, we'll have the created, yeah, let's leave it like this. Let's just add the beta. I didn't look at the chat in a while. Any questions? How much do I bench? How much do I bench? You'll never know. Why did I choose iList over iEnumerable? No specific reason. I generally, today, I try to avoid, like, if behind the scenes I have a list, like we currently have, then I'll simply return a list. I feel like it's simpler and it prevents doing two lists and then when it's already a list, right? It's very solid things that we might not even need. So as a rule of thumb, I try not to abstract it to the most abstract thing that I can, which is IEnumerable. But it depends. So when we have multiple implementations, then that's when many times I'll just go to the most generic thing that I can. But currently we simply have a list behind the scenes. So I wanted to return a list. And then to be able to say array.empty, then I changed it to iList. I forgot the benchmarks. What's faster? I don't think it matters, honestly. I don't think I wouldn't sweat over it. Whatever you want to use, just use. But once I choose something for a project, then I'll align everything to use the same thing, just for OCD reasons. Configure await false. So we don't need configure await false in this application currently because we're using .NET Core and this is a backend application. So we don't need configure await false. I'm not going to go deeper than that at the moment. Right. So returning a list is definitely problematic, especially now that we're working everything in memory. So because we're returning a list, people can add items to the list and it's added to the actual storage that we have currently in memory. This is definitely problematic, and returning either a copy of the list, or we want to return something immutable in any case, right? Generally. So either returning a clone of the list as immutable, or simply, as Philip is suggesting, calling to as read-only, but that simply casts the list to the I read-only list, and it doesn't prevent anyone from casting it back to the list and appending objects. So what we want to do is, yes, return some immutable form of the list. Yeah, so we'll update it as we go. So currently I just want things to work and for us to see things end to end, but definitely we need to polish some stuff as we move along. Okay, so we have the answer prompt, we have the ID of the chat that we're asking questions in, and then we said we do want the created by the person who is asking or who is making the prompt. So let's say created by, and then let's go over here, say Copilot service, public class Copilot service, Copilot service implement interface. For now, let's simply say return blah blah. And the response for this is this thing. Now, let's just say, actually no, let's already create the infrastructure around it. So let's say in the, okay, so over here, okay, so basically what we have, if we're looking at this part over here, so we have another chat where we have two people talking, but this time we have on one side the person and on the other side Copilot generated answers. So each one of these, I think, yeah, let's have it also a message. Also, let's have this a message. Let's have this message be generated by Copilot, right? So Let's look at what we have again over here. So there's an option. One option that we can do is we can say, this is simply another chat. And then we already have everything around chat to support this, right? So we can say, I think I like that option actually. Okay, let's start with the following. Let's say private read only messages service. Messages there. Yeah, so this is a let me think. Okay, let's say private read only messages. Let's say repository. Yes, I'm not sure what I think about this. Maybe we'll change it as we go on. What? Chat. iChats. Story. And then over here, let's say let's say for now. Say, let's think about it. So if we have, okay, so if we're looking at this chat over here as another chat, just like we have this chat, so we have this chat inside, we have messages that are created by us and Copilot. Then we need to make sure that we have, so the second party over here is Copilot, right? Basically. So now the question is, do we want to do these actions directly on the repository? Why not use the services directly? So we can say, create chat where the second party is Copilot. That's actually a cool idea, because then we can say the GUI for GPT-4 is something, and then we'll also have, I don't know, GPT DaVinci 3 point whatever, something else. Right, so over here, we don't necessarily have to have only two, but we can say yeah, I like this approach. Okay, so let's say over here, let's replace repository with a service. And I didn't. Then we can say over here, chat service dot create chat. Ah, wait. Now we can have all right, so this isn't exactly the same thing just because this is always associated to one of these chats. So it makes sense that the underlying object won't simply be a chat, but it will be like a Copilot chat. Right. So this won't work as I was thinking. Let's say instead. Yeah, let's say over here chats, and let's say over here Copilot chat. Ah, wait. All we need to do is actually the message can say the same thing. Only for the chat we need. Let's say Copilot chat. Let's copy this for now. Let's say this is Copilot chat. And other than so it has not created by right, so instead let's say we have the actual chat the underlying chat. I'd say that's it for now. Okay. Then we have when it was created. What else do we need over here? So we have I think that's good. Then in the Copilot service, so we don't have the chat service. Let's actually go to the chat service. Copilot chat. Maybe we'll change this. We're doing some coupling here between the various services. I don't know what I think about this yet, but for now, I like coding and refactoring multiple times as needed. Okay, so I have create Copilot chat. This will be return a Copilot chat. Wait. We don't need the text over here. So we have the underlying chat ID and that's it. Return. Want to create this thing. Now the question is, no, I don't like this. Let's change it. Let's get rid of this thing. Let's say var Copilot chat. Okay, so we have the chat itself. This has some specific ID. And I can say interfaces, Copilot, chat repository. Okay, I'm back. Where were we? Creating the repository for the Copilot chat. Yes, namespace. I'll say public interface. Copilot chat repository. And then, very similar to this, let's have the add. And we have the simply Copilot chat. Yeah, Copilot chat. And then in the infrastructure layer, let's say Copilot chats. What did I miss? Copilot chats. Then over here, yeah, let's have something similar to this. Let's say Copilot chat. Let's say Copilot chat. Yes, great. Let's go to the dependency injection. Add it over here as well. So let's say Copilot chat repository. iCo pilot chat repository. Copilot chats. Great. Okay. So back in the yeah, so I'll just do a quick recap for those who are just joining. So, first of all, this is recorded. It will be available for my patrons. Also, the source code will be available for the patrons. But I haven't decided yet if I'm going to upload it. I don't know. Maybe. So what we're doing is we're building an application similar to WhatsApp. So this is just me grabbing a publicly available mock of a WhatsApp that someone created. And we can imagine that in the bottom, right, we see that we have here multiple tabs. So we can slide one tab to the left, or whatever left. And then we have the Copilot where we can ask questions like, what did we talk about in the past 2 days? And then it'll summarize whatever it was. Or what did Martha say in September about dogs? And we'll have the relevant information. So it's like search on steroids using Copilot. Awesome feature that WhatsApp will probably add in the future. So for this, we said, as the first step, milestone, because we're building a REST API, so let's create the chat resource, the message resource, and then let's add the option to ask Copilot questions. And we define the API like this. So for the chat, we have the option to create a new chat between two people. Then for messages, then we can go to a specific chat and post a new message with some text. And the response is basically the same, but has a unique ID and the created datetime. Groups, this is just me thinking about the future. This isn't something that we're implementing yet. And for Copilot, so we said at the first stage, what we'll do is we'll create an endpoint where you send it some text and the response has the response from Copilot. But in the future, this is something that makes much more sense in my opinion. So a similar endpoint where you send the text, because we're working with REST, so we need to imagine, or we want to imagine the actual resources that we have behind the scenes. So over here, we would be creating the message resource and we would get in the response something that would be similar to the other responses that we got. And then we're not blocking the client. The client gets the response right away and they can present, or they know that this was persisted in the backend successfully and that we triggered the Copilot flow. And then so this will raise some event like Copilot message created. And then we'd have some handler working asynchronously, sending the information to OpenAI, generating the response, and then sending it. And that would, of course, raise another event, and whatever handlers will update the clients to update the UI. That way the client isn't left hanging, waiting for the response from Copilot. So that's more or less the logic. And what we did so far is, first of all, let me know if that makes sense and if you think this is a good idea, or if there are any flaws. Then again, I haven't thought this through at all. I'm kind of thinking about it as we're going along. So I thought it could be educational this way. I don't know. Let me know what you think. So if you have any thoughts about this, then let me know. Then in the code, we have the following. So we have the various layers. Maybe you can pause the video on this, where this is more or less what we currently have. Each one of the layers with the corresponding files that we have over here, plus a bit more. And the rest is pretty self-explanatory. I think you'll be able to catch up as we go along. Okay, so back to what we're doing now. So we have the Copilot controller, we have the answer prompt, and we have the answer prompt request. This is part of the beta where we're sending some text and we're getting some response back. The UI, we can build the UI, but definitely not today. We're going to do I think we have another like 15 minutes left for today. But in the future, yeah, sure, we can build a UI if that's something that people are interested in. Okay, so for this, let's say we have the Copilot service. Let's say Copilot service, answer prompt. Let's pass it the answer prompt request. We need the chat ID, which isn't over here. So that's a chat ID string text, right? Why isn't it over here? Oh, of course, it's part of the request. It's part of the route, sorry. So we have API beta chats. Then we have the chat ID, Copilot messages. Now, of course, we wouldn't want this to be, let's say, like this for now. And then over here, let's say HTTP post. Right, so currently it's post. We have some payload and we're getting the response. But in the future, it makes more sense. That's it. I don't have more to say about that. Okay, HTTP post, messages. And then we have these details over here. Here we have the chat. Sorry, again, it's over here. Let's say GUI, chat ID. This is captured by the request route. So I say chat ID. Then we have the answer prompt request text and the answer prompt request dot created by. And then this for now simply returns a string, right? So I'll say var response. Right? Yeah. And for now, let's say part of the beta, let's even get rid of the created datetime. Just for now, let's have it like this. Or you know what? What does a message look like? Let's return a message. Let's return a message. Let's say over here, blah, blah. And then over here, instead of returning a string, let's return a message. And this is a message. And we can simply say, let's say return, okay, with the response. Okay, so we're sending these details. Then we're creating the actual chat. This assumes that the chat doesn't exist yet, which we can't really do. So let's go ahead and implement this. So we have over here the add. Let's say also exists. And then in the infrastructure layer, let's say, 1 second. Okay, so let's implement this in the infrastructure layer. Let's say persistence, this thing, this thing. Let's add the exists. Let's say return repository dot contains key chat ID. Then back here, let's say if let's say if Copilot chats repository, right? Why don't I have completions? Some IntelliSense add parameter, great. If we Copilot exists chat ID. This doesn't exist. Let's create a new chat. Let's say Copilot add Copilot chat. And now once we have that out of the way, then we can go ahead and create the actual message. So I'll say message equals message dot create, and we need to pass it the text, the created by, and the datetime provider. Yeah. And create by created. Great, we have the message. Actually, for the message, let's simply use the message service, right? So we have everything that we need already. Say message service dot create message. It's about the chat ID. Chat ID. This time it's the Copilot chat ID. Wait. No. What did I do? So we want to see, so this time, no. What the heck did I do here? Okay, we want to check if there already exists a chat between the user and Copilot for this underlying chat, right? So what we want to do is, if we're looking at the Copilot chat, does it need a unique ID? Let's think about it. Does it even need a unique ID, or can it use the chat ID? So we do want it to have an ID. Let's say for now the following. Let's say, let's think about it. So each time I create a new Copilot chat, do I want the exact same ID, or can we simply reuse the chat ID that we have over here? So I want to say no. I would like the ID. I think I'm going to do the following. Let's say because I don't want to check if this exists. I want to check if the underlying okay, let's do fine. Fuck it, let's do get by chat ID. Problem is chat ID and Copilot chat ID is kind of problematic. Sounds the same. Let's say exists for chat ID. Maybe we'll change it in the future. Exists, where am I? Exists for chat ID. And then let's say Copilot repository. Let's say exists for chat ID. And over here, yeah, I don't like this because we need to go over all the values. You know what? I can't write this code, sorry. Let's replace this. Let's undo all this. Let's go to the domain layer. And in the domain layer, let's say I must I must do this. Chat Copilot chat ID. Create for chat ID. Over here we have the chat ID where we're simply going to return a new let's say let's call it value actually. Okay, then what we can do is the following. Let's go to the Copilot service. Let's say var Copilot chat ID equals Copilot chat ID dot create for chat ID chat ID. And then we're asking, does this ID exist? We're passing the chat ID. This time it's not the chat ID anymore. It's the Copilot chat ID. Copilot chat ID. And now let's go to the Copilot repository. Copilot repository. And we can simply check if it contains the key. Let's say Copilot chat ID. And then the ID over here is no longer an ID, but it's a Copilot chat ID. And same goes over here. Okay, so what's the rationale behind what I did? So what I want to be able to do, it starts from like the solution, right? So what I want to be able to do back in the service. Okay, so what I want to be able to do is say, did we already create a... So let's say the user's sending... let me think about it for a second. Maybe I'm wrong. Perhaps... So what we did currently is this is created. This is, or let's say, created when a new chat is opened, right, between two users. This is created when a user sends a message. Now we have another thing, which is create Copilot chat resource. Now, what I'm already implementing without thinking about it too much is created upon first prompt. Perhaps this should be created when a new chat is opened between two users, right? So when we create a chat, it also creates the Copilot chat, because we'll always have a Copilot chat per chat. And then I don't need this check. I like that better. So let's say chat service. Create a new chat. We have this over here. Let's say that we also are doing the following. So let's say public Copilot chat, create Copilot chat, and this needs the underlying chat ID and wait. So we have one chat resource per two people, and this we have, each user has one of these, right? The question is, do we even need this as a resource? or we can simply have the messages just exist. I think we don't need this, you know? I think we could say the following. Just gonna get rid of it. Copilot chat. That's it. It's gone. Now we can get rid of this as well. So we can say Copilot chats repository. Goodbye. And let's say this. So get rid of this. Get rid of this. And back in the Copilot service. Then we can simply, right, we don't need an underlying chat resource. The messages can simply live associated to the actual chat. Get rid of this as well. Let's say say hi Copilot messages repository. Let's say public interface. Hi Copilot messages repository. Now let's say public add Copilot message. And this, yeah, I prefer this approach. Let's say Copilot message. Okay, so we have the Copilot message, and unlike the regular message, it also has the underlying chat ID. So let's say chat ID. So it has its own ID. It has the chat ID that it's associated to. It has the created by. And then I'm just thinking about how will we fetch it from the database afterwards, right? So we'll say, get me all the messages for this chat ID. I think we're going to have here. We have the user ID. Now, the created by is confusing here because the created by should actually be the user ID, right? If we think about it. Okay, so, yeah, I don't like the naming that we have. Say Copilot message resource. Let's look at our API again. So let's look at the V1, right? What the way this will look in the end. Let's see. Meanwhile, should this ID class be a struct? Right, so I didn't really integrate any domain-driven design principles over here. Like this would be a value object, but we got rid of it, so we can forget about that for now. Okay, let's think. So this is also messages. Now the difference between, maybe we have the created by, so okay, so if we have, let's think about it for a second. Perhaps we're missing here something. Perhaps this should be, I'm just thinking, chat ID. We have user ID, Copilot messages. Then we can get rid of this. Okay, so what I'm thinking about over here is, for every chat, each one of the users will have its own Copilot, right? So we have this, if we're looking at like a folder structure, so it makes sense that we'll have chat ID, then each one of the users has their own Copilot, and then the underlying, so over here we're creating the message, we're creating this. It was created by the user ID, right? It must be created for the user ID. Then over here we have the ID. Now I don't like that sometimes we're calling it created by and sometimes user ID. I think it's a bit confusing. Perhaps let's say created by and user ID. This is the requesting user. Created by is who created the resource, right? Let's say I don't know. Say something like this for now. Okay, so who holds the state for chat GPT conversations? Do you need to pass not only the conversation messages between the two users, but also the history of all the questions? Right, so this is a great question. So because we want, this is a great question. So because we want to be able to say, I don't know, and then what did she want? I'm just trying to make it 3 lines. Okay, something like this. And then we wanted to continue, right? So we wanted to have the context of the previous message. So for that, we do want to send both the message history of the chat and also the history of the messages between the 2 users. Okay, so we have this. Also, I'd say for the message, would expect this to also return. Oh, we have the chat ID actually over here. Okay. Okay, and then we can have, once we have two of these, we can say the ID of the Copilot chat for this chat is a combination of the chat ID and the user ID. All right, so that way we always have one per that combination. So we don't actually even need to create an ID. We can simply, currently we're storing it in memory. We can say the key is the chat ID and user ID in some way or another. And the value is a list of all the messages. I think that's fine for now. Okay, so let's go back to here. And with this, we'll finish. I think it's going to be about 5 minutes from now. So let's say services, Copilot service. Yeah, I think that's an okay solution. So let's say, wait, I'll actually go back to the Copilot controller. Over here, we don't need only this, but we also need users, user ID. And then over here, we can say chat ID, user ID. Let's wrap the arguments. That's over here. Answer prompt. Again, this is only for like the beta. Let's get rid of this as well. Now let's say answer prompt. We have the chat ID. Then we have the user ID. Then we have the actual text and created by. Do we need created by? No. Let's get rid of it from here as well. Okay. Answer prompt, chat ID, user ID. Great. Okay. Answer prompt. All right. Copilot service. So we have over here the chat ID, then the user ID, then the text, then this. Now we can say var Copilot message equals Copilot message dot create. Then over here we have a few things. So we have, let's say the ID. Let's do this for now. Let's just say the ID is string. Over here we have the GUID chat ID, which is the underlying chat. We have the user ID, which is the user that is making the request. And we're looking at their context for this specific Copilot chat. And let's say that the ID is simply, let's say, chat ID dot, no need to for to string, chat ID, user ID, something like this. Then created by, we don't need anymore. Let's get rid of it over here, over here, over here. Let's make this a string. And what else? Chat ID, user ID, text. Sorry, we need the datetime offset. Create a datetime. Yes. Okay, that's it for now. Then what we can do is say in the chat service, Copilot message create for the chat ID, the user ID, and the text. We also need to pass the datetime provider. Let's wrap this. Again, this we don't need anymore. Then we can say so because this is, I'm debating if we want to somehow combine. So one of these, let's make this a bit more visual. So one of these is a co-pilot message, right? And this, let's say, this is simply a message, right? So should we have them, because they have, should we treat them as sort of like the same resource where the co-pilot extends the regular message, or are these completely different resources, each of them with their own repository, etc., etc.? So I tend to think, or I'm leaning towards having this as its own resource. That way, it's not coupled to the other message. So if this needs to change and have more properties and attachments and other stuff in the future, this won't necessarily be true, or we won't have the feature parity for the Copilot. That's why I think let's keep it separate for now. Let's say Copilot message create, and that's so create over here this thing. We have add. Void. Yeah. And we can say over here, private read only, Copilot message repository, Copilot message repository. And we can say over here, dot add Copilot message. And then in the infrastructure, Copilot message repository. Let's copy. iCop messages. And Copilot message. Let's be explicit just to make sure that we're aligned on what a message is and what a Copilot message is. And then over here we can say Copilot message .id on one side. This is no longer a GUID, but it's a string. And over here we have the underlying message. Then what I dislike about this wait, this doesn't even make sense actually. So this should be this won't be unique. I'll just say GUID, new GUID for now. Next video we'll think about it. Yeah, but we do want to store the underlying chat ID and user ID. So let's say chat ID, user ID. Let's say over here, chat ID, user ID, chat ID, user ID. User ID, user ID. Yeah, okay. Good. Copilot message ID. Yeah, so let's leave it like this for now. So what I'm thinking, for now, just say return default. Okay, so what I'm thinking, we have over here to do, call open AI and fetch a blah, 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 a response to the prompt. Things to attach or to send in the request. So we want the prompt, obviously, but we also want the chat history, and we also want the Copilot chat history. All right, so what we still need to do, so what we created today, I'll just do like a short recap before we finish. So okay, so what we did today, we created the chat resource, the message resource. This is pretty straightforward. Then the ability to ask Copilot questions, this I replaced now with create Copilot message resource. So what we're doing, this will be divided into a few parts, right? So let's put this aside. Terminology. Okay, so for P0, this is right, again, created when a user sends a message to Copilot. But as part of P1, P0, the response to this request will simply how do I do it? Comment. Will simply be the response from Copilot. So the beta version of the API. Let's go to the Copilot Markdown. And then P1 will be async, where what we'll have is we'll create the message. Let's say steps, create the message, return the message, create the Copilot. Return the Copilot message. And then a handler will call Copilot. We'll call it OpenAI synchronously. Asynchronous. I'm guessing L. That's wrong. Synchronously. Synchronously. Yes, is that it? Okay. And yeah. So the difference is here the client needs to wait, right? Here the client doesn't need to wait for the response. Let's say the V1 version of the API. Great. So what we did today, just wrapping it up. This is like general milestones. Let's say milestones. Let's make this 100. Say mock UI. Yeah, I need to finish in a minute. So let's say, for now, I'll just say milestones. Take this entire thing over here. Terminology. And then for video number 1, which is this. Video number 1 from P0. We did all of this other than so this we did. Let's put this in green. This, let's put in orange. And what we're missing over here, what we have left to do is a call, actually call, right? Actually call OpenAI. Pretty simple, right? So for this, we need to create a web client. That's it, right? Return, build the Copilot message response based on from the completions endpoint. That's it, right? So this is what we have left to do, which will happen in the next time. So that's it for today. Whew. I'm giving it, what's the time? This was 4 hours. I'm giving it a 6 out of 10 in my experience. I'm giving it a 6 out of 10. It was okay. It's over 5, but not much more than that. I'll get better at it as we go along. I'm curious to know what you think. Is it better? Would it have been better if I would have thought this through and then simply wrote out the code? Or is this type of going back and forth, thinking about different things, writing it down, sketching, is this better? I'm not, I don't know. Let me know what you think.